Hello.
Hola, señor.
Hello, hello.
Sarah's caused an issue for Nick's stream, so they're trying to figure that out. Oh,
Okay.
and Discord apparently.
Can you reopen the join the listening party real quick? Sorry.
What? Who?
Could you reopen the stream or the listening party for Spotify? I just
Yeah.
got Spotify reinstalled.
Yeah. No worries.
Is it coming through? Okay, cool.
We ready.
All right, I'm ready too. So let's go ahead and get started with our recap.
I have notes. They may not be the most best, but they are notes. The most best.
Okay.
Sorry, one second. I got a cough.
Well, we shall see how good they are. If they suck, then I ain't giving you shit.
All right. Well, if they suck, then I can just blame the student that coughed on me for 40 minutes on Thursday. It's fine. All right. Um. So we're back on the ship from the last battle from teleporting on, and we're starting to head towards the last Ruidius beam. And while en route to it, it mysteriously just stopped and went out, and we have no idea what that is. So we're still going. And when we got there, there was Ao, Pounce, Beauregard, Aloysia, and Irvan. I still call him Shaggy in my notes. And Aloysia. And they had defeated the last Netherheart, the last Viridius Beam. They finished that. Aloysia's still a bitch. Shocker. Um, and since Aloysia helped, Pounce gave her a teleport shock and she left, claiming that she'll be back in like 100 years for the Golthius tree stuff. Let's see. I think it was a bit of a gap, but Elric reached out to Azimuth and she's getting like tortured and being killed by the Lich King, and so we're gonna go try to help her. So we went to, since we don't know where she is, we went to Gurgen, and hopefully he'll have some info about what's happening. He didn't seem to know what was going on, so we went to like Azimuth encampment, like an area or her what? Like an outpost. Yep, that's the word I was wanting. And while we were there, we found some of her eggs, or her eggs, and Elric. Oh well, there was like a force field around it, and none of us could get through it, and so Elric ate. I think it was like a dragon toe or something. It was disgusting, and then he went all weird, and during all this, a bunch of shit showed up. There was a Death Pact Angel, an Orthon, a Draco Hydra, Golgari Shaman, and an Eye Drake. And during this battle, Elric went and grew like extra arms of their heads and was able to do much more stuff. It's all very cool and very creepy at the same time. Soren very much clutched powered word kill on the Hydra. That was awesome. And then at the very end of it, Tobin's put the eggs in the bag of holding so they are safe. For now. And that's about where we ended the session.
Alright, that's fair enough. Take 1d8 of inspiration. As we open, looking around, the corpse of the Draco Hydra sort of slumped over. And the form of the demon Astra disappears from Elric's torso. Make a Constitution saving throw, Elric. As you feel a sharp pain in your stomach. Okay. So you are able to regurgitate the dragon finger, the claw and all, and it ends up doing no pain to you as you regurgitate it out, rather pleasantly. The most pleasant puking that a humanoid could possibly do.
Okay, sounds pleasant.
As you puke it out onto your hand or floor or wherever it goes, you notice that it is like steaming with this shadowy sort of ectoplasm. And then it eventually fades out and goes back to just being a regular looking finger.
Really not knowing what else to do, Elric is just going to put. He's just gonna kind of like absentmindedly put it in his pack.
Okay.
Elsie's gonna look at Elric and be like, that was extremely cool and extremely gross.
Yeah, it didn't taste very well, let me tell you. But I'd say it was worth it.
So if you try to eat it again, will the same thing happen? Or is it a one-time power-up?
The energy is still there, but it is. I think I get the feeling that the Talon helped activate it, but would not do so again. I think this is a power that I'd only be able to draw on in times of great need and I get really lucky, but it's there.
So should we continue to try to find Azimuth and rescue her? See what the next step is.
Yeah, Elric is going to try and reach out to Azimuth, see if she responds. Let her know that he's just going to say, we have the eggs, they are safe.
All right. 30 seconds go by to a minute, and you hear no response whatsoever.
Elric will look around and say, and kind of shake his head and say, no response. Elric is going to look at Gergen, say, do you have a second in command amongst the dragons, someone that she trusted?
Gargan calls out from beside the throne. Yes, but he's not here.
Way to reach him. I feel. I mean, I guess we can hold on to the eggs if we really need to, but like they should be with someone who actually knows what the hell they're doing with them.
You see Gargan just kind of unresponsive, shuffling through some of the things over here next to the throne until he finds a sending stone. And he looks up frustratingly and notices that it's broken. Throws it against the ground.
I'm guessing that was the sending stone to contact who we wanted to contact. This male dragon.
Worthless now. And he looks over. Well, maybe they're in the area. Maybe they're hiding. If so, there's only one more thing we could try to bring dragon folk back to here. And he hops over to the side and stands next to this horn, this massive horn. I could try using the horn to summon them back. Thing is, other dragons can hear it too, so we'll see who returns, I suppose.
Go for it.
All right, so he starts preparing the horn. It actually takes about 10 minutes to have his draconic essence flowing through it. So Gargan seems to be preparing it for a summoning. And then once it's prepared, he uses the horn. It gives out this bellowing sort of booming sound. It sort of echoes through the skies and a wave of sort of this shrieking sound that goes through the sky, stretches out, and before it quiets. And he comes back around. Well, all right then. Now we just wait. Goes over here and sits down on the edge of the platform stage area.
Do we want to try and take a little rest while we're waiting to see if something responds to the horn? If no one is opposed, I say we take a short rest. Or at least try to, depending on if something responds to the horn and how long or how quickly they respond.
Might as well while we have the chance. Sorry, Tailbeans, were you gonna say something?
Oh, I was just gonna say I have no objections.
Right. You guys take a short rest. After that time, I would say roughly around the end of the short rest, you see, you do see sort of this something glistening against the moonlight. It's approaching sort of from the northeast. This gargantuan-sized dragon. The massive wings just ripping through the air. And it swoops in. Let's see. It swoops in, landing somewhere outside the, just outside, and then shifts. Thought I had a token for this. I guess not. Let me check again. I had a token for this dragon. Let me see. Dun, dun, dun. All right. All right, and so the gargantuan dragon lands. Some of the trees shuffling and leaves sort of blasted back by its landing, and you see the form of the dragon shrink down to sort of a humanoid size as it lands just outside and begins to make their way in, and you see the familiar sight of Keldrick. He's sort of looking around. Well, I see that you managed to run them off. Very good. Very good. As he makes his way in. Where is Azimuth? Is she here, or is she hurt? What has happened?
Elric will step forward, say, he'll nod at Keldrig and say, "We don't know where Azimuth is. And he'll kind of catch him up real quick on, what they were doing when Elric tried to reach out to Azimuth and discovering the state that she's in, all that stuff, going to get Gergen, and battle that they had here, and then he'll point to Azimuth's eggs, or he'll gesture that they're in the bag of holding, and we'll kind of finish by saying, after we secured the eggs, I attempted to reach Azimuth again. I didn't get a response. I asked Gergen if there was a dragon that she trusted that we could contact to take possession of the eggs, because to be completely honest, I don't want responsibility over them. Should stay with their kind. And we were able to summon you, apparently. So here we are.
I answered the call. I was far away on a task given to me by Azimuth herself. I've always had a bad feeling about her sending me off on tasks as well and leaving her side, and now look what happens. But fortunately, I got here first. I will see to the safety of her draconic eggs. I will take them. I will take them to a lair we've been building in the mountains, somewhere hidden.
Elric will nod his head and then kind of gesture towards the bag of holding and nod at Tobeans to give the eggs to Geldrick.
I guess do you need a bag to carry them in? Technically, I have 2 bags. So sorry, throat's all dry.
He walks over to I have a satchel. Yes, they should fit in there.
All right, then Tobeans will hand over the eggs.
Okay, so he takes the dragon scale eggs and loads them into his satchel. He nods. Thank you for doing this. After all this is over, we may owe you another banquet. He sort of smiles. Troubles me that you cannot contact her. I knew something may have been wrong when the power of the mark began to fade. I knew I should have returned then, but if I did before my task was complete, then she would have been equally as angry. However, now she is missing. Can I count on you Forge Keepers to rescue her?
I would say we're up to the task. We will try our best.
I mean, it'd help if we knew where she was.
Well, I think I know, Hildred says. But to get to where the Lich King has made his lair, it will require you to go underground. So prepare yourselves for a journey underground through the Underdark in Isilra. There is a way to approach where he may be making his home above ground, but you will be spotted and likely seen from quite a distance away. So to prevent that, you must travel there through the Underdark.
Well, whatever gets us as close as possible to free her before we're spotted. Sounds like the best route to take.
Very well. He marks on your map 3 different entrances to the Underdark you may choose to go through. And he says, watch out for the worms. If you feel any tremors in the rock, tread carefully and quietly. The Underdark in Isilra is home to a great many horrors, more than that of the Drow. Now, I must take these eggs to safety before other dragons arrive, and I suggest you at least clear out before that happens. Gergen, make sure nothing of value is left. In case thieves arrive. Gergen nods.
Ulrich will nod his head to Keldrig, and then he'll turn and just kind of stand ready to help Gergen grab anything that he points out as valuable.
Would I be able to deduce the type of worms that he's talking about just by hearing about them?
Well, history check. It's a high DC. I'm not sure you've ever been in the Underdark.
Guess we will see. I know that it is under and it is dark. That is what I know.
You know that he did say if you feel tremors in the ground, you should probably tread carefully. So you assume that these are probably worms that can sort of dig through the ground, perhaps.
Cool.
All right, Gergen rounds up a few things, but nothing other than what he has gathered. And he approaches Elric. All right, I'm going to need that claw, Gergen says.
Elric will he'll nod and reach in his pouch and then hand the claw to Gergen. Didn't taste very good going down, and surprisingly, it's actually more pleasant coming up, which is weird. Now kind of shake his head and give it to Gergen.
He takes it and says, "You're lucky you survived, actually." And puts it in his pack and looks at Keldrick. All right, let's go. Let's go stow the eggs. And Gergen nods to you all. Thank you all for coming to me during my business at the mines with the dwarves. After securing the eggs, I will probably return to them, and I wish you all luck in your journey to the Underdark, Gergen says.
Bye, Gergen.
Thank you for listening to us and helping us.
He nods. Bring her back if you can, or bring any kind of news that you may acquire of her location. Do not be afraid to retreat if you need help, as he says as they leave. Geldrick transforms into his gargantuan dragon form, and Gergen mounts Keldrick, and they fly off. Ground shakes, and the wind sort of from the wings flapping just sort of shift the trees as they take off to the south, or to the north west, actually.
All right, so it's Silra Underdark. Once we get to Silra, does someone know how to get to the Underdark?
He marked entrances to the Underdark on your map, 3 of them.
Wait. Right.
And hilariously enough, there is one at the base of the mountain where you made gravestones.
Of course there is.
There's one there. There's one there, and then there's 2 others. One in the very northwest, very almost immediate, like just on the coast, sort of northwest from the graveyard, and then there is an area.
See,
Down in the far reach, far reach peaks.
far northwest. So the closest one is the graveyard one. Oh my god.
Yeah, there's one at the graveyard, And then one at the graveyard, one here. I'm gonna put little red squares on the map, I think. And then there's one here. These are the known ones, though. I mean, you're free to see if anybody's been brave enough to maybe locate other ones. But that would require, you know, some investigation, of course, which you're free to do.
So these are... Elric is gonna kind of just be talking out loud as he's working the thoughts out in his head. Say, so we have 3 entrances that are known. Do we think that the Lich King will have these entrances watched? Should we try and find one that isn't as well known? Maybe we travel back to Ankarel and ask Alakritos and Cryon, try and research some other entrances, or do we just roll the dice, as they say, and take one of the 3 that we know?
I say we just roll the dice. If there's people watching and or at guarding the entrance, we kill them. And then keep going.
To think you were such a sweet, sweet child.
Since when?
For as long as we've known Elsie, I don't think she's ever been that sweet, sweet child. She's always murdered people. No offense, Elsie. I mean that with the best in mind.
Because yeah, probably just the sooner the better we can get to Azimuth.
Very well. Then if there's no other objections, I want to do the one by the resting place of our friends.
It is the closest, so...
Who has the stone to contact the captain on the ship?
Probably, I would have thought you, Elric.
It was either me or Daloon, I don't remember.
Did you take your Alzheimer's medicine today?
I actually don't need it anymore, thank you very much.
I'll call the ship for a pickup.
Right, the captain responds, and the ship begins to sort of make its way in your direction.
Do you think it would take too long to scout out both entrances? See which one is the better of the 2? Or do we just say screw it and go to the first one that we...
Because, yeah, I feel like any entrance is going to be filled with horrors and anything, regardless of which one's horrors. And so it's... Why debate about which one to go through? Because if we don't really know much about either entrance, just roll the dice. Head first, eyes closed. Yeah.
was gonna say my vote is we just go to the closest one because the more time we take, the more time they'll have to prepare for us coming in, potentially hurting or killing Asmith. So let's just go. If we don't know what to expect, they don't know what to expect from us.
Can't plan 5 steps ahead of us and we don't even know what our next steps are.
Okay,
Different compliment.
the ship arrives, and of course the ladder is lowered for you to enter, and I suppose you all get on the ship.
Yep, we all get on the ship and saying, well, cause the so yeah, the closest one would be this one, or would it be the one right next to it?
I didn't draw one for it's at the very base of the graveyard, so I didn't feel like I
No,
should.
so literally, it's just right there on the purple circle.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's like a canyon you have to travel through to get to it from where because the graveyard is up very high up in the mountains, and so ship arrives and it can get you there in maybe 3 hours. Um, so it'll get you to the canyon, or it might be able to maneuver its way. Let me check how wide the mountains are. The ship might be able to sort of maneuver its way as close as it can. All right, so you make your way on the ship, and you head over to the supposed Underdark entrance at the base of the mountain where your friends are buried. And you see, it's not. I mean, the mountains are sort of. There are many sort of canyons spread out, um, some which have streams of water and so forth. Um, and you see one over here that leads this sort of stream of water sort of flows into this underground hole in the earth or at the base of the mountain. So it's sort of like this water is flowing from the sea into the bottom of the mountain or going under the mountain. Captain looks around. Hi, well, do you need to go right away, or would you like to get a full night of rest before you depart?
I think we take a full night of rest. I think we're gonna need to be in top form to make it to the lair. Not even counting what is going to be in the lair, so yes, I would strongly recommend everyone take a night of rest. unless anyone has any objections, I think we all take a long rest.
All right. So you decide to stay on the ship for a while longer and get some quality rest before the next before daybreak, and then make your way down to the entrance. Very well. So all of you go ahead and reset yourselves via long rest and get half of your maximum hit dice back that may have been spent. All right.
Going up to the entrance, do we want to stealth it up or do we want to just charge in?
Rendolphin will hold up his hand, ready to cast Pass Without Trace if we decide to do stealth.
As much as we can, not let them know we're here till it's too late.
Elric wants to try and listen for, or especially smell, or try and smell for anything that. So you said the entrance is kind of like into the side of the mountain with like kind of a waterfall going over it.
No, it's like this creek bed that the water is sort of flowing into the mountain, sort of this hole in the mountain that leads underground. It's like at the base of the mountain, the water's just flowing into it.
Oh, okay.
There might be a waterfall like down there, like when you get past that part, it might descend into a waterfall, but from up here, not able to tell. It's certainly not concealed by a waterfall here on the surface, though.
Yeah, do we want to just proceed in then? How deep is the creek?
From up here it looks maybe waist or chest high. So maybe 8 feet, maybe, in the deepest part of it.
Then yeah, Elric will look back at Rendlefin and nod his head for him to cast Pass Without Trace, and then we'll all stealth up to the entrance, or down to the entrance, whichever way.
Rendlefin will snap his fingers and cast Pass Without Trace.
Okay. All right, give me just a second. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. So you begin to make your way. All right, so you go down, and you're standing on each side of the, sort of on the one side of the creek, I guess the right side. It seems pretty deep. But as you get closer to the sort of entrance at the base of the mountain, the sort of circular, sort of roughly hewn out or carved out entrance, the water sort of um, dips down and sort of starts flowing into like this like at an angle, looks like it's more or less gliding, and the pathway has become pretty narrow to where you would have to actually get into the water to descend any further. But you can tell roughly 80 feet beyond that, the pool of water is, you see the water sort of pooling up down there. So it's not too far of a slide before you hit the base of the water. And you can tell there's sort of an overhead, there's enough overhead room where you hit the base of the water, you don't have to go under and stay under immediately. But you can see it, well, from here you can see just the surface of the water down there, and maybe a 10 or 15 feet of overhead space in the cavern that is the rest of the mountain, of course. What do you wish to do?
So we're still on the outside of the entrance. We've just crept up to it.
Yeah, you're sort of looking into it, seeing where, seeing what's beyond the entrance, and it It goes downward like into a slide, sort of. And the water sort of rushing down into the mountain at a picking up speed as it enters the mountain. So imagine a water slide, but made of earth and rock, and it's going underground in the mountain.
Kind of like Splash Mountain.
Yeah.
Okay, so Elric is going to immediately start looking for logs that are about the size of the seats from Splash Mountain. Kidding. That was actually Sarah's idea, no joke. Elric will... He'll just kind of look back at the group and, gesture that it slides down and... Alright, here we go. And then he's going to gingerly kind of go forward until it starts sloping down, and he's going to try and be as quiet as he possibly can while he goes down the decline, I guess.
Okay. They're just going to try to carefully go down it without sliding, right?
Do I have anything that can... How can... I may have missed it. How... Did you say how far the decline is from where we are now to the... You said it was like a pool of water down there at the bottom?
Yeah. About 80 feet or so before you splash down and sort of where the water's gathering up.
Okay, so... So what Elric is going to try and do is... He's going to tell everyone this. He's going to use the arcane grappler, and he's going to kind of shoot it right at the point where the decline starts, or the slide starts. And then he's going to go down as far as he can. So 60 feet. So he wants to see if basically everyone can kind of like use the chain to go down under control, and then once they get to him, he can, they'll kind of go down the last 20 feet so it won't be as loud of a potential splash, if that makes sense. Yeah, Rendlefin can fly down. That's great. I can fly down. So yeah, that's what Elric is gonna try.
Okay.
So yeah, he'll aim the grappler at the very top of the ramp, fire it, make sure it's secure, and then he'll start letting it. He'll start sliding down, or what do they call it in rock climbing, like belaying or something. He'll start doing that down the slide until he reaches the end of the grappler's distance.
All right. So you use the grappler, and you're going to sort of descend with it as it retracts. Very well. You get to the full length of the grappler, and you have about, I think it's 20 feet left to descend if you wish.
So once Elric gets to the full length of the chain, he's gonna kind of give it a tug, so the rest of the party up top can see it and see that that's a signal for like, all right, I'm at the end, I'm secure, and then the idea is that they would go down one at a time down the chain to him, and then once they get to him, slide that last, or if they can, keep going as slowly as possible that last 20 feet.
Okay, very well. So you sort of use the grappler to gingerly make your way down, and it's not steep enough to force you into a slide, so you're able to sort of balance yourself. And for the rest of the 20 feet, you just sort of slide straight down into the water. Now you're all wet and on the top of the water there.
Then I will quickly get out of the way and try and put like my back to the wall of the cavern. Kind of wait for everyone to come down, but I'm gonna be looking the opposite direction of the little slide while everyone else comes down.
Okay. So you guys see Elric descend and make it seemingly safely with his grappler down there.
All right, Elsie will follow after him.
Rendlefin will fly down slowly, watching everyone struggle with the rope.
All right. You guys slowly make your way down.
Stealthily.
Stealthily, of course. Yep. So as quietly as you can, you descend into this underground sort of area. All right.
And when we get there, Elsie's gonna look around to see if there's any potential hostiles or threats or anything dangerous nearby.
Once you get down to the pool of water, you're sort of in there, Elsie. Make a perception check as you look around to try to identify anything that might be threatening.
Whoops, just normal 13. I'll take off. Pass that trace. 13.
Okay. You take a sort of gaze around and you don't see anything that could be threatening, so to speak. They're sort of pulled up in this water, sort of floating there, and the overhead goes about 15 to 20 feet up, so it's a little bit higher up than you um, originally thought. However, there doesn't seem to be any creatures down here, sort of in this pool of water that you're now swimming in. The water does feel unusually warm as it's pulled up down here. It's the creek water was cold, but the pool of water as it's pulled up here seems to be warm. And underneath the water, you see these various pinks and blue lights that are sort of illuminating deep within, around 60 feet below you and on the surface.
Would Eyes of the Dark show anything different?
No, you would just see like the water is pretty thick, so your vision as isn't wouldn't be what it would be with like a crystal clear water.
But nothing in the cavern?
Uh, Around the cavern, no, it barely opens up into a 20 by 25 or so sort of radial chamber.
Do you guys want to just continue downward? Or?
You do see under the water the sort of illuminated plant life that is sort of under the water. It sort of descends and goes um, sort of into the mountain instead of downwards from here. How far, you're not sure.
Um, is continuing underwater the only way to go from what we can tell?
You look around and you do see there's an area where you can swim over and sort of pull yourself up, um, like a sort of a bank on the side that you can pull yourself up out of the water onto just for a moment. Like if you don't want to stay like swimming onto the water, there is a bank on the side where you can pull yourself up, and you have roughly 5 or 7 feet of room to sort of stand there or whatever.
Can Rendleton make a secret doors check?
Sure, sure if you want, yeah. Okay, Renelfin. So you're sort of, if you go up on the bank, you're sort of looking around, and Renelfin flies around and begins to sort of feel around, and eventually you do feel, when you're rubbing your hand across the wall to sort of feel for any secret sort of any signs of maybe a draft or whatever it is that you do when you look for secret doors. You do notice this sort of lights up. And the opening where the water was descending into the mountain gets closed off by stone. Stone has this rune that lights up on it green. And then the water that's pulled up, down sort of pulled up that you landed in at the bottom of the slide begins to drain.
Redifin will say, I think we should wait to find out if this is a good thing or not. So no one cheer or give outstanding applause yet. I know you were all about to do that anyways. Am I able to, or I should ask, do I know the language that the rune is written in?
It's less of a language and more of a picture.
Am I able to depict the picture?
Yeah, it looks like this this sort of scowling skull that is lit with green flame. And has this crown sort of around its head.
I'm willing to bet that that's the Lich King. And then he's going to point out the rune that he found to everyone else, and he's going to say, I'm willing to bet that's the Lich King, just a hunch. And then continue from there.
Okay, the water slowly drains to the bottom, and now you can see sort of the underdark vegetation, which is glowing. The various colors, the pinks and the blues, so forth, alongside the floor and the walls of the cavern below, that is now empty.
With the water drained, do we see any type of way to continue through the bottom of the pool?
You do, yes. It sort of tunnels and goes on for as far as your eye can see, as the vegetation begins to get a little more prominent, and as the tunnel sort of digs deep into the Underdark.
Um, then Elric will gesture towards the tunnel and he will take the lead, proceeding stealthily.
Okay. Right. Right. So you guys sort of make your way quietly into the Underdark, and Avery clutches onto her holy symbol and says a small prayer to herself under her breath, and as you proceed into the deep dark of the Underdark. You look around, and the air is kind of still and cold, um, but oddly warm in places that are close to the sort of fluorescently glowing vegetation that is protruding from the rock and so forth. Very strange like in this zone. So you proceed on foot for what feels like 2, maybe 3 hours, making twists and turns, caverns widening and closing, all just surrounded by the fluorescence of the vegetation around you. Very quiet and eerie. Every now and then you look over to your left and right, and there's a flower that sort of blooms open, and this glowing, tiny blue butterfly will just fly out of it and flutter around. Here and there, you spot some fireflies that are buzzing about, sort of in a bush. It seems to be glowing red. These golden fireflies, and then eventually, sort of almost like they're swimming through the air, like a convoy of fireflies that are all different colors of gold, blue, and red, and they sort of merge together and dance with each other and swirl about in between you as you travel through the Underdark. And then eventually you come across what seems to be stone, sort of a walkway of stone that merges from earthen rock into this carved stonework that is cracked and seemingly very old. The smell of damp air hits you as you eventually come to this stone, uh, 10 by X however many feet of walkway, sort of this man-made stone walls, sort of appearing as if coming out of the mountain itself, ground in the Underdark. You find yourselves in a narrow hallway at the end of your 3-hour journey through the eerie yet beautiful sights of the Underdark.
So far it seems like we picked the nice hall, the nice entrance so far.
Avery grabs onto Elsie's hand. You can feel her hand sort of trembling.
I'll just give like a reassuring squeeze of her hand and just be like, if you ever need a drink, a quick drink from the bottle of wine, just let me know.
He nods. May not be a wise decision yet, but I have a feeling we're going to be down here a while, so maybe.
A little bit of liquid courage never hurt anyone.
As soon as you say that, Elsie, you feel a tremor in the ground, but it seems a distance away. All of you feel vibrating under your feet in the stonework. It's very faint and very weak. It seems like it's pretty far away, but it lasts for about 5 seconds, and then you feel it sort of dampen out and cease to be.
Well, felt the ground shake. That probably means there's a worm, at least semi nearby.
Rendleton, hold on just a second. Okay, you're good.
So yeah, telling the party, the groups, it seems like there's a worm relatively nearby, so everyone just keep an eye out for it. Be on your guard and ready to go.
I should have asked. I'm sorry. Can we move forward?
Yeah, you can move now. I just had to change something real quick. Elric still had vision on your token. So, Rendleton, you sort of move forward, you look, and you see what you see.
Tiny crystals. What?
Shiny crystals? Ooh. Shiny crystals.
Elsie left or right?
Oh my gosh. That is huge.
Am I able to tell what that is?
Yeah, so you sort of walk to the end there, Rendleton, and make a perception check as as you look at it, just make a perception check. So, you look at that and it seems like it's this sort of, it looks like this fungus that has an opening in the middle, and the fungus has like this maw, these pincers that look like they were holding something in place that was also connected to this receptacle that is now empty.
Very interesting. He will walk back to the middle of the hallway, relay what he saw, and preferably a whispered tone.
still got pass without trace up?
No, that only lasts for an hour, and you said we were walking around
That's
in
right.
the pathway for like a few hours, so I figured that was gone a long time ago.
Yep, just checking if you wanted to recast or not. Okay. Daloon, just ahead of you, you can see that the bridge. There's a bridge that was sort of obviously looked like it was connected here, but is now broken apart. And down below is a sort of dark abyss that's um, looks like a pool of water, but it's very dark beyond it. Looking down the loon, you can tell maybe the water is maybe 60 feet below.
I think my vision's off, or my vision's on, but it's not correct.
Let me check. Should be Eyes of the Dark. 120, right?
Yeah, that just seems like a lot more than 120.
No. I mean, you can see what you can see.
Okay.
It's
just
not.
wanna be
It's
fair.
not. It's not. It's not dark in the zone. When you look ahead, it's lit up by all of the fluorescent of the. It's a mixture of the plants, the crystal life that's growing. There are many light sources that are lighting up the area, pretty much.
Okay.
And you look.
I wanted to be fair.
No, you're right. I mean, I would say the same thing. Like, man, am I supposed to be able to see all this? It's fair, but no. You look ahead and beyond like a wall or something, you should be able to see what you see. It's not a huge area. Or as you pass this thing here, it suddenly lights a flame. It doesn't seem to be doing anything else.
Does the flame go out if I step away from it?
Once you get 10 feet from it, yes, it goes out.
Bill's gonna look at Tobin's and say, I dare you to touch the crystals to see if something happens.
Okay, sure, why not? I'm gonna touch the crystals.
Okay, so that means you reach out and touch sort of the outside of the crystals, which are sort of protruding from the underground, the stonework that's just on the outside here, and you don't notice anything. I mean, it brightens up just a little on your fingertip as you trace it along the crystal. It just sort of follows and gets a little bit brighter at the touch of your fingertips, but other than that, it just feels like and just feels like a crystal. It's like a glassy surface.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like anything's happening. Sorry.
Bummer. I was hoping something funny would happen.
Have I given you the special mushrooms yet?
No, you have not given Bluebell any mushrooms.
Oh, there's Elsie. Damn, I didn't know. I couldn't see your token for a second. So before you see this sort of this ruined palace, as the area opens up, a tremendous amount sort of in awe as you look around and you see this sort of palace entryway.
Any odd sounds or smells?
Perception check. Not really. The air is um pretty pretty thick, but not. It's kind of cold, but not nothing that you can hear that is unusual, other than sort of the plant life scintillating about. But that's it.
Are these arches that we walk under?
They are, yes.
Are there any more depictions of the Green Skull, or any other depictions or pictures or stonework art of any kind that we can see?
You look dead ahead, and there's massive, uh, this massive crowned skull right here, glowing green. It's got these sort of chains wrapped around and sealing it, sort of.
Question, Cody. So this area here, is it all like rocky and like different heights?
Yeah, it's sort of what you can see there, Bluebell. Is it is rocky, and it um, hang on, I think there's too much light right there. No, that's right. Okay, yeah, it's a rocky sort of outcropping of the outer wall there.
Are these light sconces?
They yes, they are. They're sort of lit up blue.
There's a bedding over here with an active fire, it looks like.
Is that a fire?
Or a lamp or something.
Yeah, it's like this oval glass casing. It's got a little bright like a little light in it, sort of illuminated at the moment. It's just laying there. These bedrolls are strewn about. They look fairly old as you look around the room. Seems unused for quite a period of time.
Or is that a globe? Or just a big light in the ceiling?
That seems to be well, make a perception check as you look at it. It is on the ground.
It's pretty.
It's glowing blue, yes. And it sort of has these wires that are encasing this globe shape.
Anything magical coming off of it? Like, it might trigger something?
How do you want to test that?
Just to see if it's emitting any magic at all.
Okay, make an Arcana check.
Scientific or arcanic? Okay. Oh.
It seems to contain some arcane power, yes.
I'm just not gonna go in there. Have fun, Randolphin.
Randolphin is going to try to check for traps because he feels like this room is important.
Okay, investigation check.
Okay.
You don't sense the presence of any mechanical traps.
Bluebell's gonna point out to Elric the statue-ish looking thing across the way and say, "Do you think be able to reach it just to see what it is? It's important."
See this massive flower next to you has its sort of these outer petals sort of extended about, and it's just sort of it's slowly moving, but um, nearly at a standstill as you get close to it.
Elric wants to try an arcane grappler to right here, next to the statue if he can, to try and take a look at it.
Okay, you pull out the grappler, and it zips you over, sort of over the plant and down on the rock there next to the statue. You look at the statue. It's a faceless statue with these sort of fairy or like angel wings, really. And in its grasp is this celestial-looking hammer. Seems to be some sort of a smithing hammer, but it's all made of stone, of course. It's not an actual hammer, but it's all part of the statue.
Are there any inscriptions or markings on the base of the statue or on the statue to give any indication of who or what it is?
No. When you approach the statue, it doesn't seem to have anything interesting um, written on it. It seems oddly plain. The creature isn't even wearing any armor, or there is no sort of writing on the statue's base anywhere.
So then Elric will grapple back to Bluebell and say, "There's no face on the statue. It's angelic of some kind. Celestial, I think. And in its hands is looks to be a hammer for smithing of some kind. But I didn't see any markings or engravings or anything on the statue, so I can't tell you anything more than that."
Delin, without touching the book, you see on the cover of the book, it's the book says a compiled history of celestial armaments, their uses, and their uses in something. Hang on, let me load this up here. I don't think it's even uses actually. Oh, it's actually called Celestial Armaments, Make and Metal. That's weird. So without touching the book, you see that written on it, but it's just sort of sitting there.
Are there papers on the desk as well?
There's a few papers that are off to the side like parchment that are sort of half ripped, and crumpled up and stuff, but they don't seem to have anything.
That's an important written on them. Just discarded mostly, probably.
It looks like it without touching. I mean, you'd have to. The one that's crinkled up, you can't see any ink, so you're not sure if it's like the ink's on the other side where it's crinkled up.
I'll pocket the book, thinking that it'll be good for what's his shit's shop. Crap, I can't remember his name right now. With his shop.
Gotcha. All right, you take the Celestial Armament book.
We're both gonna ask Eric. Don't you think it's weird to have a statue just randomly in a spot like that, though? Seems odd.
Yeah, but whoever builds a temple or a castle or whatever this is down in the Underdark is already going to be kind of odd.
Are there
Tobians would like
any?
to smash some keys on this piano/organ.
We're trying to be sneaky, toe beans.
I want to play this piano, even though I have no idea how to play a piano.
Oh god.
Should I banish her?
All right, so Tobians, you reach out and you press some of the keys, and you hear this humming, and each of the keys light up as you press them. But the organ pipes sort of emit the various sounds as you press the keys randomly.
Adele's gonna smack the back of Toby's head like, we're trying to be quiet. Why did you think this was a good idea?
Just trying to have some fun.
Can Rendolphin look at the desk in front of him to see if there's any interesting books or scrolls that are worth noting?
Sure, perception check. So you look through that, Rendlefin, and what you see are various sort of scroll cases, just sort of set next to one another. Very fancy-looking scroll cases.
Are they empty?
They seem sealed, yeah.
Okay. How many?
So none of them are open. So
Okay. How many scroll cases are there?
there are at least 4 that you can see. The rest, well, actually, yeah, there are 4 that are sealed. The rest are empty. Sorry.
Okay. Rendolphin is going to walk out here, and he's going to be like, I would with my assistance, please.
Do these appear to be more mushrooms?
They're sort of glowing blue toadstools. Yeah, it looks like.
Would I be able to climb up there and pick some of them?
Yeah, it's not that far up. It's roughly 10 or 12 feet up. So you climb across the debris, and I mean, if you want to pluck one, you can, sure.
can I inspect it and try to deduce whether it's poisonous or edible?
Yeah, make a investigation check.
Sorry, I forgot to take off pass without trace.
Okay. You see that it looks these toadstools look as if like when you reach out to touch one and apply pressure to it, you can feel something coalescing in the stalk of it, as if it's ready to disperse some sort of pollen into the air if you were to pluck it.
Well, I think I would still like to pluck one to see what happens.
Okay, so you pull one of the toadstools out, and it's still glowing, but this pollen indeed does sort of spray out onto you, and you sneeze a little bit. Make a Constitution saving throw. All right. You feel this burning sensation go all the way up into the back of your eyes and makes your eyes water. You take 12 points of pollen damage, I guess. Allergy damage from the spores that sort of spray out into your face.
Rundlefin will hear her violently sneeze from the other room and yell, "Bless you!"
And you look over, poor Tobean's eyes are like bloodshot red from the pollen.
Bill's gonna call up to Tobin. Why do you keep messing with unknown plants? This is how you got a rash that lasted a month a few years ago. Remember? Stop touching plants.
All right.
Well, discovery requires experimentation.
Let's go ahead and take our break here before we go any further. Let's reconvene in
Cool.
5 or 10 minutes or so.
Break time.
Are we all back?
Arizona wise, yes. Other than that, no idea.
I should be
Oh,
there.
Beanson. Yay! Soren.
Want to reset the, we'll reload the concentration script while we're waiting. All right, let me see if that worked. All right, Avery, try a concentration spell. There we go. It works. Okay. All right. Lord, have you returned?
Soren. Come out and play.
Might still be away. Give it a few more minutes.
I think when I leveled up, some of my spells changed. Can I delete stuff if that's okay? Like I have more spells than I probably should.
Which ones? Let me look. Let me look at it real quick.
Okay.
I'll probably be able to spot them. You sure? Looks.
Like I shouldn't have 8 cantrips, I don't think.
Let me check. You should have 6 cantrips. So yeah, delete 2 of them. Probably that damn deep magic book. I'm probably gonna take it out, and it's probably screwing everything up. Probably take it out in future campaigns, but I ain't gonna worry about it now. Soren, are you back yet, sir? Soren could be muted. I'm not sure. Okay, got you, Soren. No big deal. All right, let's move on. So, you all stand in this these palace ruins, looking around at the place, and Renfin now has well, Renfin, you stand before those scroll cases, most of which are empty but four.
I am going to ask Daloon if they have any significance because I am not a main magic user. So I'm gonna pick one up and be like, "Do these mean anything like special?" Or
Can
worth
I
any money
investigate that?
potentially?
Yeah. Um, Arcana check, doing. They seem like they're sealed shut. But they have this. You can tell they have this. Um, the seal is really like tightly secured, more so than like an ordinary scroll case. But that's all you can tell.
Any like protection runes on it or writing of any kind?
None.
Maybe in Celestial? No? Okay.
No writing or pictures or anything like that on it.
Well, this will be a Soren ordeal then.
Do they look like they can be lockpicked? Is there a locking mechanism on them that can be fiddled with visibly?
Magical scrolls?
No, there are no locks
Cool.
on the scroll case.
Is that a door at the end of the hallway? To the left?
Ping it. Oh, that right there.
Because that was that or a pizza oven.
It's an oven, yeah. The area here seems to be. It looks very much like a kitchen.
And are these like impact craters?
No, they're
Like embers that pop out of the furnace up here?
yeah, they're they're supposed to be like braziers, but there's no brazier containing them. On the map, it looks like it's sort of cracked into the ground, but that's not the case.
Can I look at the piano to see if the keys trigger any type of mechanism that activates something? Like behind the piano, or like if there's any clicking, like around the room?
Sure, investigation check.
Okay. Oh, I forgot to take off advantage. That's a 14.
Um, there's nothing in particular stands out beyond you can tell that there are a few keys that look like they're used more than the rest of them.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere. Um, Screw it. Random Finish going to press each one of the keys that look like they've been used more frequently in a random order once, just to see what happens.
notes randomly. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, for simplicity's sake, we'll say there's three, just all side by side, so you can say middle, right, and left, or whatever, however you want to say that.
Right, left, middle.
Okay. So you press right, left, middle, and the sounds of the organs sort of they respond to the combo, right? But it just sort of echoes throughout the chamber as it was when Toe Beans was pressing keys, and nothing seems to happen. You look around, nothing seems to react to that pattern.
Okay. I'm gonna call out to everyone in the room. There are keys on the piano that look like they're used much more frequently than the others. So I'm guessing that if we press them in a certain order, that maybe something will happen. Is there any ideas?
That you press them all at once and create a chord. Do it all at once.
Okay. Randolph is just gonna slap his hand down on all three keys at the same time.
At the same time, okay.
Yeah.
So you try to simultaneously before Soren can ask, and you release them, or do you just hold them down where it keeps blaring, or you just press them and let go?
I guess I hold him down for like a second to see what sound they make, and then after I hear the sound, I let go.
Okay, it just blares out the different notes, and you release, and it echoes a bit throughout the palace, and nothing happens.
Dang it.
So Randolphin gets to play the piano, but I don't.
Because I'm using it for intellectual reasons, not because I'm a cat that likes to play on pianos.
It's one of the notes G.
Does Randolphin know how to read a piano?
Do do I? I don't have like musical instrument proficiency, so I don't assume so. I think someone a lot smarter than me probably knows how piano works. I just press keys on it.
That doesn't sound any different from what I did.
One of them is G.
God. That one. Press that one.
One of the keys is E, and then A. So the one on the right,
A.
the one on the right is A, the one in the middle is G, and the one on the left is E. Then a note spells something. I don't know. Do those letters?
E, A, and G.
You look sort of over at Randolph, and you see that some of the other keys, I mean, they all don't look used quite as frequently, so you're not sure.
I'm gonna listen to Soren and press the notes in the order to spell age.
Okay. So you press the notes, and this time these green runes light up across the organ pipes, and this green smoke shoots out from the pipes itself and swirls itself across the overhead of the palace, swirl about, and then they form a cloud that is just sitting in the middle of the room.
Is it a magical cloud?
It looks green. cloud forms and then sort of opens up its center like donut style, and then from it these creatures drop down into the palace, and then this small lizard like creature with the looks like this tortoise looking shell for a shield. They released us. Stop them. I need you all to roll initiative.
How many creatures did you say?
4.
4. As they're dropping, can I just be like, nope, and cast banishment?
On who?
The creatures that are falling.
Yeah, I mean, can you upcast
Like as
it
a
to a
reaction,
high
like,
enough?
oh shit. Yeah, I can upcast enough for it.
Um,
Because Daloon would very much nope out of that.
what's the range?
60.
Okay. I'd say from your position, they're 75 feet above, sort of, where you're at.
So
If
I'd
you
have to
were
wait for them to land.
closer, yeah. So
Oh, cool.
they land. The cloud is still above, but these creatures land and look very hostile as they land and look around. Look around the room. Let me see here. The cloud. Well, I don't know. Hang on. Doing some math here, Daloon, because you're over there, sort of at an angle.
Like as soon as they like fell out, I would have.
Like you might be able to get the cloud, but the creatures that fall out, I think you'd be just out of range.
I will just fight them.
Because the cloud, they fell out sort of at a weird angle. Okay, Soren, you're first.
Oh, how'd I look into that one? Alright. They look fun. Alright, so I'm gonna cast boiling oil on that guy.
Boiling oil. Okay, go for it.
As soon as I find it. There we go.
All right, boiling oil. Let me get the little 15-foot radius thing. Do. Okay, so centered on, like directly under him.
Yep.
All right.
We're
It's,
going lava again, thing.
Yeah, it's There we go. Yeah, make sure it was the appropriate because he's a large creature. So, it coalesces right below him. This pool of oil just sort of arcanely manifests. He has to make a dex save. If I can select his token. Okay, let me move this to the back. There we go. All right. 14, so he fails.
He fails, and he will
And
take
he falls prone, I think.
3d8 of fire damage.
Okay, go ahead and roll that, and he will sort of scream out "Roar!" as he lands in this pool of boiling oil just coalesces at his feet.
Actually, He's gonna take maximum. So I'm over channeling.
Okay. All right.
And then I'm going to move. And in my turn right there.
Okay. Give me just a second here. These character sheets are malfunctioned. Alright, I'm almost finished with them. Fix them real quick. Alright, Elric, your turn.
Okay. 10, 20, 30, 40. Now we're gonna do twin towers on this thing.
Alright, so you switch to, or you go to Notori immediately and cut through with the blades of force that just propel from the slash into the creature, and it must make a dex save since it's in the pathway. Alright, 16.
Fails.
Okay, so he gets cut by it.
48. Nice. 27.
Alright, so he's cut in by these blades of force. He sort of reels over and looks at you and makes this guttural chattering noise at you.
And that will be my turn.
Alright. This creature's turn. This creature, if the character sheet will load. Jesus, still not loading. Try it again. There we go. Okay. Alright, so this lizard is going to run over to Rendlefin and twirl around this trident and go in for 2 attacks with a trident on Rendlefin. 24.
That will miss because of the thing, but you can roll the next one.
What thing? Your platinum wings or whatever?
Yeah, this.
Okay. So your protective wings manifest, and then after the trident just sort of bounces off the wings that enshroud you, it'll go in for another attack. 21.
Yeah, that is.
All right, 6 piercing damage, and it will skewer you for an extra 3d6 damage. So 7 damage as the trident actually skewers through you. You see the blood sort of splatter off the tips of the trident from the back of your ribs as it retracts the trident. Toby, it's your turn.
Alright. I believe I would like to steady aim and throw my psychic blade at whatever this thing is.
Okay. that hits.
Alright,
Nice.
and that's all I can do.
All right, so it this time it shrieks in pain as it gets hit by a psychic blade. Rendleton, your turn.
Okay. I want to try and use one of my new spells. Because it sounded really fucking cool when I did it. I want to try to use that.
These horses run a 10-foot wide, 60-foot long line. Okay, so it's kind of like Arwen, like an Arwen spell, like what she did against the ring wraiths. In a given direction, starting from point. Okay, yeah, so you summon horses. Okay, Fey horses. All right, so they're 10-foot wide. So in that direction.
Yeah, so it hits all four of them.
Okay. Well, the cloud is still in the sky, unfortunately. I forgot
Oh,
to
okay.
put it.
Well then, that's fine. It'll still hit the 3, right?
Yeah, it'll still hit them on the ground.
So then I'll actually cast it this time.
Okay, so next save for them, since these horses just these Fey horses just coalesce from Rendleton and charge forward, all glowing and sort of trampling through. Okay, the lizard gets a 7. The Orthon is prone, so I think if you're prone, you get some sort of disadvantage, I think? Let me check. I don't think that's true. Let me double check. Conditions, prone. Okay, no, it doesn't have a disadvantage on a dex save. Okay. So he gets 20. And then the Devourer will make a save. 14, so I think he fails. And so does the Lizards. They will take full damage from the Stampede. 60-10. Nice roll. Big damage. Guys, these Fey horses trampled. Just literally just run over them.
The one that saved takes half of it, and they don't go prone, but the people that didn't save do.
That's right. Anything else?
That's a sick spell. I like that spell. Shenron is gonna come over, and he's gonna bite the lizard.
Okay.
25.
That hits.
8 piercing plus 6. I want to say he was acidic.
Yep. Alright, so Shenron bites in, bites the throat of the lizard, and rips it out. And the lizard falls over dead.
Yeah! Okay, that's my turn.
Alright, Elsie, your turn. Oh, this one's prone, Deloon. The one I'm pinging. The one in the pool of boiling.
No, I didn't know if it was the Orthon or the Devourer.
Alright, so I still have not even seen any of the bad guys, so give me a second. So moving 5, 10, 20. Oh my god. Oh, what is that? Okay. Alright. What even? Okay. 20. And what are these, like, arches that are in the...
They're overarching.
Overarching? Okay, so I can just go under. Okay.
Yeah, you can go under.
Okay, so 20, 30, 40. Sorry, I just have not seen the maps, I couldn't tell and plan. Alright, so
Okay.
can I try... I want to slide across the boiling oil and just hit it and just slide across. While I'm sliding, I can just hit it.
Sure, you will enter
fun.
the oil.
Yeah, why
Yeah,
not?
I mean,
It'll be fun.
okay. So once you touch the oil, make a dex save as you slide across and do your attacks.
Alright. So it's 30, 40, 50, so... Said dex save?
Yeah, because once you
It's
touch
either
the
gonna
oil,
go really well or really bad. really well.
Hey, you stay on your feet, and you take half of the boiling oil damage.
That's fine. I accept that.
So half of
Where is it? Trying to look through back.
3d8.
3.
The roll, I'll do it for you, Soren. I'll go ahead and just start out. Half of 17,
Alright.
and go ahead with your attacks.
9.
Alright, he's prone, so you have advantage.
Let's do -9. There we go. Advantage. 21 and 13.
Okay, the 21 hits.
For 7.
Okay.
And then. Yeah, flurry of blows. Because why not?
Okay.
25 and 28.
Both hit.
13, 9.
Nice.
And then trying to think, and then I want to just move back out of the oil. So I think that was 50, 60, or 70, and done.
Alright, Avery's turn. 6, 5, 10. I'll move to there. We get her character sheet up. She is going to. She's going to cast Guiding Bolt on the Devourer. Level 1. And that will just hit. So Avery will deal 11 radiant damage to the Devourer, and the next attack on the Devourer has advantage as he is glowing with this radiant light. Now it's the Orthon's turn, so he's going to stand up. Let's see. Okay, so creature starts its turn there, must make a dex save. Okay, he might just fall on his ass again. Let's see. 26. So he stands up, takes half damage. So okay. 3F8. What the fuck's 3F8? Roll 3d8. There we go. Okay. Alright, he's going to move over here to Rendlepin and attack him. And alright, he's going to take out this infernal dagger and attack you. 17.
That misses.
Okay, 19.
That just hits.
Alright, you take 11 points of force damage. Make a con save. Okay. So you will take half of 4d10 point poison damage. Half of 24, so 12 points of poison damage. And you are not poisoned. Alright, Devourer's turn. He's going to run over here to Elric and attack Elric for that Twin Towers attack that he did. Okay. Alright, he's going to claw you. 17, I think that misses.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does. I think my AC might be messed up. I don't remember. It says 17 on my sheet right now, so I think that hits.
You're in Nentoryu, right? Yeah, it's 18
Yeah.
to Nentoryu.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, 16 slashing and 22 necrotic. He's going to claw you again. 22.
Yep.
Okay, don't forget to use your hockey. You haven't used it in some time. 14 slashing and 19 necrotic.
So let me do that on one of them. Doesn't matter which one.
We'll do the second one. Okay, so that'll give him disadvantage. Natural one.
Nice.
All right, so right before he hits you with the second claw attack, you feel the burning sensation that the first one gave you, and you just dodge right out of the way. He's gonna do one more thing. Let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20. All right. So 5, 10, 15, 20. I think Bluebell is the only one in range for this. So he's going to emit this sort of vortex that begins to drain the life out of everything in a 20-foot radius. I think Elric and Bluebell are the only ones in range. So both of you make a con save. Okay, you both succeed. So you'll take half of 8d10, half of 29 points. Okay. And now it's the loon's turn.
All right, I'm gonna move to here, and I would like to use Starfall.
Starfall.
This
Okay, well,
one, this one, and this one.
all right, so your eyes glow this sort of celestial color, and then these stars begin to evoke and fall from the sky, manifesting, just sort of striking the ground meteorite style. And each bolt will hit up to 5 creatures. So you hit all the creatures, I'm assuming.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Dex save on all the creatures. Okay. So we'll start with the Devourer. He fails. And take 66. The Living Cloud Kill. 20. Orthon. 13. Wait, does Orthon have advantage? Yeah, he has magic resistance, so he has advantage. So the Orthon gets 23. Okay, so they will still take half damage, but the Devourer is knocked prone and will take full damage. Okay, sort of this sort of starlight crashes into the Devourer in front of Elric, and he goes prone.
Then I'm gonna use.
And he's
that.
blinded, I think.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, he's prone and blind. Okay, did you use bless? Okay, you use your blessing to disappear in raven feathers and reappear somewhere else, Nightcrawler style. Okay, is that it?
Yes, sir.
Bluebell, your turn. Bluebell, you're muted.
Sorry, I thought it was still Dwayne's turn. I missed that part. Sorry.
You're fine. It's
So,
okay.
I would like to rage, and use the dragon hide aspect of the dragon. Trying something new.
Okay, so you rage and your fur stands up as you let out your ferocious meow that echoes through the palace. and you gain this, and just underneath your fur, this this exoskeleton of dragon hide forms, giving you +2 to your AC. Go ahead.
And with the instinctive pounce, use that movement to come up to here and take 2 swings at the back.
Okay, you have advantage. You have advantage because he's prone, and from guiding bolt as well. So you have you don't get double advantage, no such thing, but you have advantage because he's prone. So you don't have to
Guiding
reckless
bolt
on him
good.
if you don't want to.
We'll not do reckless.
Yeah, there would be no
Right,
point to
not
reckless on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, where he's you got advantage already. So great weapon master.
Yes, with great weapon master.
Very well. Go ahead.
Oh,
Miss.
dead. And second swing is 26.
That hits.
I can't do math. 31 points of damage.
All right. So you completely cut off the top half of his head, where like right above his jaw, like his right in between the webbing of his mouth. So cut off the crown of his head from his jaw up, and nasty and grotesque ichor just sort of oozes out as he dies.
Awesome. And since I killed something, can I keep moving?
Yeah.
With the great weapon master, I get another attack, right? Or is
That's right.
Since I already raged this turn.
If it consumes your bonus to do so, then you can't because you've already raged.
Yeah, so I was just double checking that because I don't think it actually happened yet. Well then I can still use my movement because I hadn't, and gonna come up to the cloud, or gas cloud closer. Stop here.
Clouds in
Getting
the
ready to
sky.
do. Oh, it's in the sky. Just kidding.
65 feet up. Sorry. I thought I
no,
had the
you're-
marker on there. There we go.
Okay, well then I'll get closer to the. What's it? The orth.
Orthon's right there. I think you have enough. If
It's
you
right
use your
here.
instinctive pounce, you probably have enough to move.
30. 40, because I don't want to go in the order.
Right.
I'll just stay here. And I'm done.
Alright, the cloud. Is going to descend to Bluebell. So he's going to descend to the ground now and try to attack you. Oh, I don't think he can move that far. Never mind. So he's going to move downwards. He can only move that far, so he's still 40 feet up. Let's see. And can't coalesce that either. Okay, so he just starts descending. Soren, your turn.
Alright, I am going to. I'm gonna launch a. Well, no, I'm not either. I'm gonna cast Drowned on him.
Okay. So you go to drown the Orthon. Go ahead and, as you release the spell,
Well, maybe.
alright, its lungs begin to fill with liquid. Seawater, more specifically, as it makes a con save. Or tries to. 24. So it isn't suffocating, but Okay, I think if he succeeds, he's just not affected.
Yeah, more or less. He just coughs it up.
Okay, so he coughs up the seawater that attempts to manifest in his lungs. Anything else?
No, I wish I could have done drowning, but that's all right. In my turn.
All right, Elric, your turn.
All right, so the cloud is still 40 feet up.
It is, yeah.
Okay, so I am going to. Can I use the arcane grappler to get to the top of this arch?
Yeah, it's. I'd say the peak of the arch is 25 feet up.
Okay, so I'm going to arcane grapple to the top. So that's what, 15 feet below the cloud?
Let's see, 25. It's 40 feet off the ground. So I'd say you're. Yeah. 15 should be right, yeah.
Okay. Then I'm going to take out the storm thrower and yeet it at the cloud.
Okay.
Okay. Ranged 17
That hits.
for 15 piercing damage.
All right. It flies into the cloud, sort of dissipates a massive chunk of it, and the cloud looks unstable after that hit.
And then I can't recall it. I don't think I can really do anything else. Yeah, that's gonna be my turn.
Okay, two beans.
I guess I'll move a bit closer, and can I try to throw one of my cold sticks at it? Like the dynamite things?
Yeah, roll a. We gotta roll for the range of the dynamite. I think it's a D10 to see how many feet you can throw it. Kind of like your dagger, right? You have to roll like a D10 to throw, like find out how far it'll go.
I mean, if I wanted to teleport, yeah, I could do that, but
Hang on, let me see. So range of throwing dynamite. Okay. Okay, so yeah, it has a range of 6. Okay, so roll a D20 plus your dexterity modifier with disadvantage.
why at disadvantage?
Because it's the normal range of an improvised item is 20 feet. The maximum range is 60.
Okay. So do I just roll it 2 separate times, I guess?
Yeah, just roll /R 2d20 plus your and then just roll 2d20s, and then we'll add your dex mod after.
Oh my gosh, I get it wrong.
You noob.
I don't have to do this very often.
Anna goes back to level 15.
So I guess
Okay, 19?
14 plus 5.
14, yeah. 14 plus
So-
5.
Yeah, so it'd be 19.
Okay, so 19, that will hit. So you throw, and of course I'm sure you light it, of course, and it flies there lit.
Yeah.
All right. Boom! It explodes and makes this tremendous explosion sound that echoes through the palace. Roll. You just had that one kind of dynamite, right? They're all the same types, I think, right?
I have
Pretty sure.
like 3 different types. I have force, like fire. I call them fireball.
Oh, you're using the
and
cold
cold
one.
sticks. Yeah.
Okay, roll.
Last time for the fire one, you had me roll 8d12. So I don't
Yeah.
know if they're different damages for different things.
No, I was just checking for the other effects because some of them make creatures make a save. But go ahead and roll 8d12 cold damage as it explodes. All right, the cloud completely destroyed by the explosion. Boom! And this sort of icicly mist just sort of rains down on the rest of you very gingerly. Elric's ears are ringing from the explosion being so close.
I still move. Wait, I think I can. Yep. I'll probably move out there and then I'll be done.
Okay, Rendleton.
Okay, I'm gonna do something that's gonna hurt, but I'm going to run right here, which means the Orthon gets an opportunity attack on me.
19.
That hits.
All right,
Actually,
11.
no, it doesn't hit.
All right, because of your wings, or no?
Yeah. Sorry, it takes me a while to scroll to get to it.
Okay. So you use reaction to guard yourself with the dragon wings. Go ahead.
And then I'm going, and then, so to make sure he's out of the way, he's gonna go there. I'm gonna use lightning arrow on the Orthon.
Okay. All right. So the lightning sort of electrifies your string and sort of merges with the arrow. Go ahead. Miss.
And 21.
Oh, you're using sharpshooter. I got confused for a second. So yeah, that hits.
So 16, and then plus 48.
Yep. All right. How do you want to do this?
Nice. I want the arrow to land in his noggin, and then, you know in the movies how, like, when you zap someone's head enough, it just pops like a balloon? I want that to happen.
All right. So the lightning licks across your fingers in the string and just merges with the arrow as you let it go. It just stabs directly into his head, and his head sort of swells up from the lightning surging within. His head just pops open. Blood and ichor and brain matter goes everywhere as he falls on the ground. That is the end of combat. One of you look over to the door, and one of the chains that are crossing the doorway here, this sort of a doorway there, have slacked loose as well in result of playing the organ.
How many chains were on the door to begin with?
Just 2.
Okay, so then we got to do that again. I'm assuming.
I don't know, Rendleton. Do you?
You can figure that out. Give me a second. To get to the Lich King.
Is there anything in this hole up here?
You sort of gaze into it, Delune, and it's very sort of hollowed out. It doesn't seem to go much further before it turns. It emerges from being like a stone wall and it sort of makes way for, you're guessing, like the rest of the earth and mountain. There's nothing in it.
Shucks.
Alright, Elric slides down and sheaths his blades, and the area sort of goes quiet after the loud explosion of cold dynamite from up above.
Then go up to the chains and see if I can just brute force it open. If I
I'm sorry,
can
you're
break
kind
the
of
remaining chains.
you kind of sound like you're underwater. You said you wanted to do something like break the chain, like, or what? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I want to try to break it.
Oh,
Or
the other
the next
chain.
chain
Okay.
pass. Yeah.
Okay. Make a strength check.
Can Elric assist her to maybe give her advantage?
Sure, I'll allow it. You pull on the chains, Bluebell.
Can I add my inspiration to that? Since I
That's
haven't
a
used it yet.
save, not a check.
Yeah. So click.
Oh yeah, that's
There
safe.
you go.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Can I just add my inspiration to that?
Sure.
I helped!
Okay. All right. So Bluebell pulls on the one chain that is still there, and you begin to grit your teeth, and then suddenly crack one of the links, and you fall back on your butt as you break the chain off, as you just reach it enough with the inspiration. The glowing skull with these 2 eyes just light up a green flame in front of you, and it sort of merges into the ground, revealing this twisting green portal.
Can we send Shenron first using your beast eye sense things so we know what's on the other end before we all jump in? Or do we all just jump in?
If you want him to, I can. Need the 2 existing.
The media keeps us mindless.
Yeah. Do we want Shenron to go through and investigate?
Right.
Probably be a good idea, Rendleton.
Okay. So Rundlefin is gonna go in front of Shenron. He's gonna pat him on the head for biting that lizard's throat out like a badass, and then he's gonna put his hand on his forehead and cast Beast Sense. He's gonna use his free one for the day.
Beast sense. Okay.
And then,
Alright. So you're sending
as-
Shenron in there.
yeah,
Okay.
I'm seeing through Shenron's eyes.
Sure, yeah, that's fine. Okay, just a second. Alright, so you send Shenron through, and he sort of he goes through the portal, and it's almost like he's immediately met with this sort of glowing green um crevasse that he seems to be at the bottom of, with the portal on the opposite end, and he looks up and sees this spiraling set of sort of, I guess, quote unquote stairs that spiral around and head upward, probably 300, 400 feet or so. You would yeah, Shinlon guesses, but it's the glowing green, and the air is very seems very thick with this energy.
Okay, I describe all of that to the party, the staircase that goes up for infinity. You said that the portal was on the other side of the chasm that he is now in?
Yeah.
Okay, so the stairway that goes up forever, the portal dropped him on the other side of the chasm for whatever reason, and he's not immediately dead this time. So, um, the, I'm guessing the chasm has like an edge that he can like fly up to, like a cliff.
It might, yeah.
Okay, Shenron's just gonna start flying up to see if he can find like the cliff edge of one of the sides.
All right, so he begins to fly up, and it's like a narrow chasm, and it has an exit. And just beyond, as Shinron looks up, he sees this tremendously dark sky with these green bolts of energy just sort of slithering through the overhead cloud work. You eventually get to the top where it protrudes from the ground, and it opens up into an immensely large dark zone. And atop to the east is this this cliffside that's protruding from the ground level, probably thousands of feet up. And there, on top of there, looks to be um, this from what Shinron can tell from just breaking the ground and coming up, is this obelisk that is standing with these off in the distance, these four plumes of green fire rotating around it. In the surroundings, you look around, and Shenron can only see a sort of a surrounding edge of sort of like these dead wood trees that surround parts of the area, and then most of the structures to the south seem to be like rocky cavernous.
Okay.
Let's see. So yeah, that's what he sees.
Okay. Um, he's going to, Randall Finn's going to describe the trees, or the dead trees. Did you say the obelisk itself was like thousands of feet tall, or it's on a platform that's super high up? Just clarifying.
It's looks like it's the top of this rocky cliff, this chunk of rock that protrudes from the ground level, around thousands of feet up. It seems like.
So He'll describe the obelisk with the four glowing green fires swirling around it that's thousands of feet up. He'll describe the immense dark space that's there, and Renofin will say, I think it's safe to go through. I mean, nothing's attacked him so far, and he's not immediately dead. So, and personally, if I were the Lich King, this is probably where I would want to chill. So, I can only assume that he's here. What's everyone's verdict?
Well, it kind of seems like this is our only choice at this point, so I think we proceed on through.
Everyone's cool with that?
Yeah, might as well. Let's get going.
Hey, so you go through the portal?
Before we go through, I'm gonna message the airship and tell them to get a good, decent pace away from this area.
Aye, as you command. And they begin to pull out.
Giggity.
Shen or Rendelfin is going to drop B-Sense, or before he drops B-Sense, he's going to command Shenron to fly back down in front of the portal so he's there when they walk through. And then he's going to drop B-Sense.
Okay. Alright, so you all, at this point, the airship moves away. Is there anything else you'd like to do before you go through?
I don't think so.
I will light up my last joint when I walk through.
Alright. So you walk through. Avery clutching the hand of Elsie once again as you all begin to make your way through the green portal, which is sort of sparking with energy. And very easily you appear on the other end, and it's you see this green that lights up the cavern you're in, and this ascending sort of rock-like structure which has this it's sort of a stairway, but it's not man-made. It's like part of the earth or the stone itself. It's just 5 feet wide, probably enough room to walk single file all the way up, but it spirals around this sort of narrow crevasse that opens up at the top, as Rendleton explained.
Just want to make sure my magic works still. I'm not gonna do it
Yeah.
on anybody.
Yeah, you look at your hand. There's arcs of lightning sparking through it. You can still feel your arcane power. Tobeans, in the back of your mind, you feel a pull and a voice. So you ended up coming to me instead. And then the voice goes away as it echoes in the wells of your mind.
Don't know how to respond to that. I'm assuming it's not any special link. I'm just gonna assume it's weird and creepy.
You could respond with, "You are taking too long." We got
Well,
impatient.
I don't know if we. I didn't even know if I could respond back. And I don't have any quips to like. I couldn't think of anything quick enough.
Call him a butt nugget. But I guess,
Well, it's too late for that now. I'll have to think of something on the way there.
What do you do?
I'm gonna start climbing the stairs.
Okay. It looks very far up. If like at a normal pace, it would probably take uh, maybe 2.5 hours to climb. But you begin to ascend. And as you ascend around the spiral of it, for brevity's sake, if you guys are just walking up, well, if there's nothing you want to do in between then in the time you actually crescent up, then you end up protruding out and climbing up, pulling yourselves up to the lip of the sort of opening to the crevasse, and take a look around of the at the space that you've entered. Dark, the miasmic of this dark miasmic cloud with these green bolts of energy just sort of bouncing and bouncing around in violent fashion. An expanse of just darkness and what the cold feel of necrotic energy just thick in the air. You look over top and you hear a screech from a westerly direction, and you look up, you gaze up, and there's uh, this bone worm just flying in skeletal form, of course. This ghostly skeletal worm just flying over top, in between the dark miasmic clouds. This green sort of electrified energy just sort of licking out of its bone structure. And yes, there are several statues that are sort of around um, in the place, but um, mostly the expanse is quite wide, and the area is much, much larger than anticipated.
So with the statues that are around you, they look like petrified kind of statues, like Medusa-esque, or like just stone built ones. If that makes sense.
They look skeletal, in form. And they're, it's difficult to tell, without getting closer, but they're unmoving. They seem to be, fixed in place or just not moving at all. Best you can tell from this, distance, you'd have to get closer to one.
Elsie wants to get closer to a statue and look at it and figure it out and see what it more details about it.
Okay.
I was like, what the fuck is the growling? Very atmospheric.
Yeah, I had the wrong thing though. This is the wrong thing too.
I just thought I was having a stroke.
Okay, we'll try this. Okay. Wait a minute, what, Elsie? What do you want to do?
Go up to the one of the statues and just like get more details on it and just look at it.
Okay, you walk up, make a perception check if you're just looking
Yeah.
at it, not touching it or anything.
No, not yet.
Okay.
Maybe, but not as of right now.
Okay, sure. Perception. So you look over and you see that this particular skeletal statue seems to have its hands up as if it's gifting some sort of item to someone with its palms upwards towards the sky. Looks like it's holding out something and it's sort of raised up as if it was handing something to some other thing. And the skeleton is totally bare. It's about 5'10" or so. Bipedal humanoid.
Since it's gonna happen anyways, can I touch it and see if anything happens?
Yeah. You touch it and it seems doesn't seem cold. I mean, it just seems like feels like a skeleton. I mean, there's some buildup of like this ashy, sooty sort of dust. You'll notice on your fingers as you pull them back from touching it, but that's it. For reference, that each of the little a lot of this shit is here just for cosmetics, like the little, like you see the little people, the like they're like one whole little hexagon doesn't contain that whole statue, for example.
Right.
It's
That'd be
just
a massive statue.
right. It's just it's mostly cosmetic because this is a zone map. This is sort of what the zone looks like, but it's to scale, yeah. It is a very large area, which off in the distance you see this protruding tower.
I feel like that's where we're gonna need to go.
Off in the distance, you see this plume of this green bolt of energy just strike the ground off in the distance to the south. You get a closer look at the tower, and sort of off in the distance, it's way off. Maybe even just you can just barely see just the peak of it from the horizon from where you're at. But it seems like a lot of the miasmic is sort of swirling about in that area, sort of towards the sky. That's how big the tower must be, if you can still see the peak of it from the horizon where you're standing.
Is there a way to discern if this is a pocket dimension?
Um, I'd say I'd say Arcana check, sure. Um, it doesn't seem so much as a pocket dimension as it does merely another location on the same plane of existence. Seems more so that this is on the same plane of existence, but perhaps not a separate dimension altogether.
Is the green miasma the only atmosphere that's here? Aside from air?
The wind is blowing this sort of very. It's like a very dusty sort of atmosphere. Like the wind blows, and it's like the soot and dust sort of blows by, and um, other than that, it's like this dark miasmic clouds of plumes of just smoky clouds that look gray and dark each time like a bolt of necrotic energy bounces through them. On the ground level, it's less smoky. Um, um, the ground itself is completely covered in ash and this gray sort of dirt. And beneath that is, you're guessing, some sort of earth stonework. Yeah, so each hex is a 7-mile walk.
And I guess there's nothing left to do but start making our way towards that tower.
Wait, 7 miles? Hang on. Wait. I'm reading my notes again, just to make sure that's right. Seven. Okay, no. It's each hex is supposed to be 2, so I'll rearrange it. I messed up. So it's 2. Each hex is 2 miles. It's a big area,
They're
but not
faster
that big.
by flying there.
I mean, probably. You would have less. I mean, the ground is it's cracked and there's it looks hard to traverse as is, but I mean, if you're going straight to where the tower is, then yeah, flying there would be faster because you would have less to go around. But you look in the sky and flying seems to be also maybe perhaps more dangerous because of all the skeletal worms that are flying about, and you do spot a gargantuan dragon flying through, like this deep dragon.
I mean, those things could also attack us on the ground, it seems like, so I vote we just get there faster by potentially flying if we're able to carry enough people and whatnot.
I vote we go check out the dragon skulls. Or no, I don't know if they're dragons or not, but the skeletons over here.
Avery tugs on Elsie's uh, hand and says, "Okay, I think now it's time for that drink."
Yep, and I'll pull out a bottle of the white stone wine I have and hand it to her.
Thanks. This is, I have no idea where we are. This is terrifying to me. And she takes a drink. Are we sure Azimuth is here?
No idea, but
Are we 100% sure? No. But we don't really have any other leads.
Just for shits and giggles, is there an... Oh, wait, no, never mind. You said that the portal is back the way we came. It's just forever.
Yeah, it's down at the bottom of the crevasse that you're standing next to now.
Um, if we were to walk at normal pace, how many miles could we cover in an hour? Is that a fair question to ask?
Yeah. It totally is. Normal pace, you cover in an entire day, it would be 24 miles.
So is that like a mile an hour or like a couple miles an hour?
something like that. Yeah,
Okay. Because
300 feet in a minute.
all right.
Now, for reference, this isn't straight like this. These lines that this pathway that you're drawing it doesn't just merge and go straight up here. This is a once you get to this is like a cliff. See what I mean? This is like the lip of a cliff, and you're way, way, way down on the bottom at the bottom of it. Like, look down here, for example, at this part of the map. See how that looks? That's kind of how it looks all the way around. Just visually, I can't show that. It would be cool if I could have like a 3D rotating map. That'd be dope. So, like, if you got to here, you'd still have to go up to get up to here. So what Tobin said about flying could be optimal for that once you get to there.
Yeah, it's almost like I have good ideas and we shouldn't question my thoughts anymore.
It's quite a distance up. Yes, it's a very, very long climb. Okay. Like we're talking like Mortal Kombat. Like it's a 10 mile. That's 10 miles right there. I think just straight up.
That's test your might style stuff right there.
Also, I don't think we should be taking any detours. I think we should go straight to the tower place.
You don't want to go over here, Tobins?
No, not especially. The more time we spend here, the more likely we're gonna die.
But what if
Well,
there's something over there that could save all our lives?
what we could do, because we're not going to make it there in one day, no matter how fast we go,
We
we're not making it
probably
there in one
could if
day.
we could fly. Do you know how much faster flying is than walking? You should. You're a bird.
So I am a bird man, thank you. Anyways, what we could do is, yes, the longer we're here, the more it sucks, but if we wanted to go explore the skeletons, every time, like, we'd have to kind of gauge a little bit, but every time like an enemy gets close to us, I can pop past without trace, make us all a little bit more stealthy because this place is inherently dark, and so it should work better. So I could pop past without trace, so we're harder to detect. We can go exploring, and then we can eventually make our way to the giant tower. Because it's already going to take us a shitload of time to get there anyway, so we might as well take our time. And because this is also the only time we're ever going to be here, so that we know of. That's true.
You really think anything we find in this world is going to, like,
You never know.
provide
There
any
could be
good?
like there could be another wish dagger in the freaking skeleton. You never know. It's worth investigating.
I mean, it's not like I have 3 left or anything.
So we could always use possibly more wishes. It's not like you have a limit on how many wishes you could have. Anyways, I vote we go exploring. And I have set out a plan to do so if anyone wants to go exploring. If not, that's totally fine.
Elric will nod his head and say, I think we should follow Rendlefin's plan.
But why?
Information is power. We need as much information as we can get.
Hugo will
They
speak up
also
and
of the
hoping so.
essence.
I think it would be a good idea to go straight there. I think there is also merit in going to the dragon skeleton just because if we need to take a long rest, we can like long rest like underneath it or in it, so we would have a little bit more sense of cover. Things are flying around while we're trying to rest. Give us a little bit of an advantage cover wise from getting noticed. So there is that.
Spend a
Maybe a
day
spell
going
slot
to the.
target, like Soren could do his tower, and we would be perfectly fine, no matter where we are.
So how about we spend a day going to the skeleton at a brisk walk, and then then spend the next day. Oh, that's a lot.
At a fast pace, you get to the skeleton in a day.
Oh, plus this one
So
too.
be sure to tell Azimuth we were very quick to
But what if one of these
try
are
to save
azimuth?
her.
Wouldn't you want to know that? One of these could be azimuth.
If it's just a skeleton, how could you tell? Don't think you're an anthropologist.
Certain dragons have very defining features on them. I would know, hence, and then he's gonna gesture to Shenron.
That doesn't mean you can read dragon bones and identify who they may have belonged to.
No, but it means I'm
You
more
deal with dead
familiar with
dragons
them than
very
most.
often.
So what? That's 1, 2, 3Ds, and then oh my god, oh, I don't know.
Soren.
I don't want to be in here any longer than I have to be.
I mean, if we take extra time, that could just be extra time for Azimuth to also die, so. Yeah.
Avery, do you have an opinion?
How about I super sprint over there since I'm super fast?
Avery says, I gotta
'Cause I'm
pee.
You can pee at the dragon.
You already had some.
There's a cliffside. Go at it.
You only had one. Anyways,
He looks around. Avery says, if anything, not trying to state the obvious, but this is an unholy place. And this is not of any land I've traveled to before, so as long as I'm not left alone, as long as we stick together, I'm okay with whatever we do. But I don't.
I
I
think
am
you
with.
would
I'm
prefer to leave here sooner versus later, though,
well.
right?
I'm with. Yes, I think I'm with Toe Beans and Bluebell, and definitely I can agree with Daloon. I don't think we should. I don't want to have to be here longer than necessary. But can listen to reasoning. I'm not. I wouldn't know how to navigate through this place, so it's not as if I can make that call anyways. So I'll just follow what seems to be the best course of action, she says. Now, don't look. Don't look. I'm gonna go over here and pee.
Good luck. Can we explore after the big bad's done?
I don't think that this is a. I think this is more. This is more a rescue mission than anything else. Obviously, if we have to fight the Lich King, we will with everything that we have. But that's not the goal of us being here. Goal is to get in and get out. So.
Yeah, we can do that right now.
Alive, I might add, get in and get out alive.
Most of us, anyways, Rendlefin. As I think get to the tower as quickly as we can. Much as I want to explore, it's not while we're here. It's twice now in the past couple days that, at least in the past day, that I've reached out to Azimuth and I've gotten no response. So either she's already dead, this is kind of for nothing, or she's in a lot more trouble than we think. Know that looks like that skeleton way over there on the mountain looks extremely interesting. I think we need to get to that tower ASAP.
Okay, compromise. How about this? We go to the tower, we do our business, but if we have the opportunity to stay once the whoever is dead, then we get to go explore the dragon or giant monster skeletons.
I literally stated that 5 minutes ago.
So, you all look around and take in your surroundings. And let's say, not to cut Soren off or anything, you can still speak to a strategy if you have one now. I'm just gonna say at this point, I would think it would be appropriate to end the session. That way, it gives you guys a week to consider what to do.
But everybody's off tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's my birthday too, but I'm not doing anything
Oh.
for it.
Oh, well, happy early birthday.
Happy early birthday!
Oh fuck, man, the gym might be closed tomorrow. I gotta check. Might be.
Nah, games never stop. They're gonna be open.
Probably.
Whether they know it or not. Alright, yeah, this is a good stopping place for tonight.
Okay. So you guys will have some time to consider upcoming moves and how to travel the land and so forth.
I'll walk over
I'll
and touch Avery on the shoulder and press the digitator.
She sort of blushes embarrassingly. What? Why? Why did you? What was that for?
I do that whenever I go to the bathroom. That way I don't have to wash my hands, and we don't have a place to wash our hands right now. So, figured to help you out.
She remains silent. Very well. So let's end it there, and we'll pick up next week.
Excellent session, sir.
Very much so.
And yeah, we'll closing in on the finale, I think, obviously. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see. We'll just see how the next few sessions go then.
Awesome.
Nice.
All right, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Have a
We'll
good
get
night,
something to
everybody.
eat.
Good night, bye bye.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
It's like end of God.